not really good. Hello and welcome to Yoda Soda Creations podcast. Girlfriends who are trying to visit suck movies and TV other reasons.
Yep. And for more show and stuff. Yeah, I don't know if it's noticeable to anyone else listening in, but yeah, I've switched over to my XLR microphone with earbuds set up. Really, so like I can keep control of how loud I speak. 'Cause that's kind of difficult when you have when you have a headset on. So I'm trying this out again, seeing how it works out. I did a little bit of testing off camera when recording stuff, so yeah. Tried to make sure it was at a decent enough level. But yeah, it's certainly been a week. Bit of a sketchy week, honestly, but whatever. But yeah. Uh, yeah, I really honestly didn't get too much Pokemon done, but I have a reason for that. So that reason is I actually was kind of sick a couple days ago, like for Thursday and Friday. I think I had like some sort of weird stomach bug. And, like when your stomach is getting upset by chicken noodle soup, it's probably a sign to call off for work the next day. But thankfully I was feeling better today, so I went in for work. I did record a little bit. I decided like, okay, I'm not gonna be doing most of the ZA Rail stuff off camera, but if it's like a character that like you interact with during the plot, it's like okay, I can do that. I can at least cover those guys for an episode. But if it's like some random no-name guy, so it's like, oh yeah, here's your random trainer to fight for this rank up or whatever, then it's like, I'm not gonna bother recording that one, because like, who cares about some rando off the street, you know? But yeah, um, been doing some different cooking options and stuff. Like, one time I mixed up some eggs, mixed some crushed up ramen noodles into it, added the seasoning, and then fried that up on the pan. Turned out pretty good, like a nice kind of ramen frittata thing. Also added some shredded cheese and some steak and just a little bit more. Uh, Tonight I actually made some corned beef hash. That turned out rather well. Still have half a cat as of maybe make some for lunch tomorrow. Also, put the order in for my USB-C mods for my older consoles, so once I get that in, I'll probably order all the stuff for soldering, and then I can get started on that. Then yay, I'll have USB-C powered consoles. But yeah, it's like, aside from that, I've just been doing some like cleaning and reorganization of the room a bit. It's like, okay, move that stuff there, put that stuff in there. I can get rid of that stuff. But I just like optimizing space. Also found out the IKEA pegboards will work for my desk. I mean, okay, I tested it. Like, I tested the clamps out on the front side of it, but I think they're pretty much symmetrical, so it's like it should work on the back side of it too. So yeah, I was worried because it has that support bar that goes underneath, and like with some clamp based things, it's like you can never really quite tell whether or not like how much space it actually requires.
I know what you mean. I still building an interesting sort of camcorder mount, and usually based off something I saw somewhere, and yeah, have to make sure the clamp in question has enough, doesn't jut too far out.
Yeah.
Because yeah, I'm using basically what normally would be used on crafting on furniture projects. Well, I don't know exactly how to classify it, but stuff that's usually done in a large scale workshop of sorts. And thank goodness they have. Thank goodness those clamps have sizes, because longer ones are okay for work in the shop, but for the work I was trying to do, a shorter one was necessary for the clearances.
Yeah. Actually, let me double check. I don't remember when I ordered these. I don't know if it was like this week or last week. Let me just hop over to Amazon and check out my recent orders. When did I get these? Next, that was Monday. Okay, yeah. So I actually got on Monday. I actually got a right angle XLR adapter, because while I had the microphone set up before, the plug was so large, and partly the stand that the microphone uses was so small that the cord was actually dragging on the desk. So it's like the right angle adapter was just the thing I needed for this. I also got a couple of those shelves that clamp onto the top of a TV and stuff, with that has those legs that go up against the back. I now have my Switch and Switch 2 on those. Like, yay! Optimizing space. Yeah, it's just been kind of a quiet week. I've been doing my gaming, watching a gaming marathon, upscaling videos, and occasionally downscaling videos, because I got this movie off of Internet Archive, but it's already not quite 1080p, but it's higher than 420p, and I kind of want to do a DVD Blu-ray combo pack. Like, okay, take that downscale to 480p, and now I'll have a DVD version. And like I mentioned before, I found out I can download stuff from Tubi, so I can get the 2 seasons of Pony that we didn't get on DVDs for a nice clean version of the episode without any of the channel indicators and oh, catch this show at whatever time on this channel pop-ups. I'll of course still keep my original recordings, but for making my own home media, it's nice to have a clean version. We also have the complete original Kamen Rider series and Iron Chef, so I'll probably download those as well. Yeah.
Recommendation for anyone who's ready to do that. Better hope you can find a working original DVD release of the 2017 trilogy. That was the Equestria Girls for that year.
I thought you were going to say oh yeah, I hope you have an original copy of the Friendship Express DVD with the unedited Derpy episode. Which, by the way, I do have that DVD.
Well, that wasn't what you brought up before we got started, but well.
Oh yeah, the movie magic, music magic, mirror magic DVD. Yeah, I already added that to my wish list. Everything else, I either already have on home media or is available on Tubi. Side note, the censored version of the episode will be listed under special features. Yeah.
That's not bad. That's another But good journey bringing that up nonetheless. I guess I do have that disc. Not quite sure if that condition is earlier. Could have that issue, but not sure exactly what the string things do also, but yeah, good thing about that. But as I said, that wasn't exactly what you said earlier.
Admittedly, I kind of forgot about that. Memory is like Swiss cheese sometimes. But yeah, also on the way home, I hit up the local game shop, video game shop, not card shop, two different places. But I actually picked up some DVDs and stuff. That had this one anime set that for like $30 that on eBay goes for like 80 something. So like, score. Also picked up the first season of My Adventures with Superman and the complete series of Power Rangers RPM. Yeah, just also so big and just my mind just went on the side tangent like, wait, how many episodes do I still have uploaded and just need the video image for? Crap, need to check YouTube. Yeah, I don't need them tomorrow, but like may have to do a bit of video editing tomorrow. Yeah, I uploads a week ahead of time. Well, okay, maybe not a week ahead of time, but like a week. I'll make sure the upcoming week is ready before it actually starts. 60. I'm good for next week. I just need the episode title cards to know. That's basically been my week. Oh, how things going with you?
Well, you know, we've got started from my other posts. So yeah, for a chunk of week, but it's basically trying to figure out exactly when I'm sick of that, we get started. It happened the morning of yesterday, actually, as we turn out. So anything with him, I'll have to plan carefully. For his eventual turn. Some in terms of trying to control a bit of it, but it's not quite that side. sites. Got the 2 events that I'll be attending whilst one of them is what I booked. Just need to notify the other that I'll need some transports. And eventually work out how I'm going to approach some of the activities in those events. So it's availability is the link. Also got started on a bit of a late New Year's resolution. Bring in some new board games, which are often a family shop thing as part of our New Year's traditions. Very few seem to interest me this month ago, so
Yeah.
maybe one of my goals this year to add to the library, and nothing's coming yet, but those purchases have been made. Those should be on the way at some point. Not sure exactly which ones will be arriving whilst I'm away, but it's a start. That's yes, a little different. Still trying to figure out what this week's Twitch will be. Catching up on a few things. Very good success.
Yep.
Few new works. Trying to put up a bit of Cybernex. somehow finish sheet time for tonight. Times here for quickness. This is for the bigger work. Can we get started? Still not entirely satisfied with how it started out, but it's our goal for tonight.
Yeah. Today was a little bit of a surprise.
A few. So, all in all, aside from some some kind of stuff arranged somewhat over a week. As the project is, there's two for at least a month or so, but yeah, next month we are gonna get kind of interesting. We'll see what things turn out, but let's leave inventory. A few other things. We still inventory several on that view. Things came up that I need to take care of.
Okay.
And as part of today's escapades during my preparations and like, yes, who's not done yet in terms of content digging. Basically, another season 2 script came up, and bit of a last minute addition, but gonna still be covering it, and fashion romance to relate with.
Yeah. But yeah, before we get into the last minute edition, it's time to send off to have our send off for Sherlock month with another episode of Cyber Chase. Yeah, a show we've looked at in the past, so slightly familiar with the setting and the characters and everything. some guy was accused of theft, accused by, I'm pretty sure the guy that's basically the big bad for the show. But who cares about that? Supposedly he was playing all goody goody and everything. Like, oh, I was being all nice and everything, but then someone stole my key. So it's up to the kids to track down clues and find the truth. And yeah, the episode actually plays with perspective. So partly it's because like with this show, the characters have all sorts of different shapes. It's like, oh yeah, from the side that guy looks like a triangle, but from the front and back, he looks like a square. That kind of perspective thing. It's like, okay, we have footage of the culprit heading out that way. From the side, he looks like a triangle. From the back, a square. And he went down this road, which he says he never went that way. But clearly he was seen going that way. And then we learn it's like, okay, he also has a dog. Well, I assume it's a dog. And it's like, yeah, similar in shape, except from above. We'll get to that later. And then, like, oh yeah, the buildings he says he's never been to by, even though he was seen going that way. It's like, oh yes, these buildings with holes in the center, except you can only see them from the front or back. He was seeing them from the side. Unless they just look like plain rectangles. But yeah, at first it's like, oh wow, all the evidence points to this guy actually being the culprit and a liar and everything. Like, they go to each scene where a key was supposedly seen passing by. And think, okay, interview the witnesses, compare notes, cross-reference the sketches, check the footage. And yeah, like I mentioned before, the guy and the dog look similar in almost every angle except from above. The footage showed a triangle shape exiting the building from the back, but the supposed culprit is rectangular from above. Twist. Yeah, turns out, no, good.
By the way, in terms of setting up, I'm definitely glad my co-host was able to find a more higher quality version. The one I found didn't have the best quality, and thus a certain scene would not have been clear.
Yeah, I actually found the episode on archive.org. You can find a lot of things on archive.org. And usually in surprisingly decent quality. But yeah, the bad guy lured out the dog through the back door, made it look like it was the other guy who exited out that way after supposedly stealing the key, except the key wasn't actually stolen. It was disguised as a donut. How was it found? Yeah, the police chief accidentally bit it. Yeah. Yeah, he's gonna require some dental work. But yeah, it's like a lot of the others. It's not like strictly Sherlock. I mean, like they reference Sherlock, but it's its own thing. Just like, okay, Sherlock is a famous detective. We shall call upon his name, but for the most part, just do your standard or searching for clues bit. Which that's fine. You don't need to completely go full into the whole Sherlock thing to have a proper episode. But get the similar vibe.
Yeah, I was about to say this one's a bit more referential, but elements are still present, and let's face it, a lot of times when a mystery story happens, a lot of their traits can be traced back to Conan Doyle's well-known detective.
Yeah. To be fair, the kids actually put in some really good work. Like they cross-reference, they double-check, they triple-check, like making sure like all the pieces fit together. And admittedly, well, this one, like the whole checking different perspectives things is a bit more literal than some other cases. For a children's show, it gets the point across. To that I say, good job to the writers. Oh yeah, the bad guy had some plot about like a power draining statue or something. It was barely relevant to the episode. Like I mean, yeah, that was supposed. Was that what the key was for? I forget. Like, he had it turned on already, so did he really need the key? I don't know. The point is, the statue, like, all being the whole plot behind everything, wasn't really all that relevant. And seriously, these townspeople, they're trusting a guy named Hacker. Well, next they're gonna say they earned trusted allies in the form of the Decepticons.
On that note, I can't remember any actual transforming robots pulling off that reference and the like, but they do bring up a machine later on that became part of a whole story arc that, uh, in their words, device that could alter our very beings.
Yeah. Also, is it wrong that like I saw some of the minor characters like with the different shapes, and it's like, am I watching an episode of Reboot right now? If you told me the show was made by Mainframe Entertainment, I would believe you. It wasn't, by the way, but like, yeah.
Yeah, about that instantly referenced is an actual episode, and interestingly enough, that was originally intended to be the pilot for the series. But that was later edited to a different version, so and one of the first indications I noticed, even though I wasn't quite aware of the whole pilot thing and behind the scenes stuff and all that, you might notice a different art style with that particular episode.
That's,
Not sure exactly somewhere we'll cover that, but if we do, obviously we'll cover both versions to compare and contrast.
yeah.
And on that note, the whole location for the episode specifically had a few interesting motifs going. Obviously. They were shapes, and for most of it was most of there's numbers. And in coming back to this location, they actually did something a little different. Putting at least making at least three of the characters, not stick to how the most of the others look. When it kind of made a bit more sense, since one of them was set up to be a nephew of one of the major recurrences.
Yeah, that was part of the plot there. But it's like, even like aside from being the thing that kicks off the whole investigation, if we didn't have that, the episode could still kind of go along as normal. With some minor adjustments, of course.
Quite possibly, I almost consider it that way, but I don't think I've gotten quite this far. See if I can make a good extension.
Pretty good episode. Yeah.
I think the term you were looking for when I think the term you were looking for this stitch was it wasn't less than relevant because did explain it was supposed to be a havoc device in disguise.
Yeah.
And basically, when the twist came about, pretty much everything up until the picture, pretty much everything until the bird's eye comparison was intended to try and cover up what was actually going on. Like I said, the Hill and Trump stuff here, Hill and Trump's a good chunk of mystery stories, and some tropes work, and managed to do some tropes in a way that actually work to a point where you barely notice. So when I think about it, I need to think about this episode more often whenever I bring up a certain trope that often gets on my nerves.
Yeah.
Again, good idea to check out what we generally know about what was previously said about the location with the new character designs at the time. So I couldn't find much in terms of guest stars, which even a PBS show would also do. especially considering the internet was one of the newcomers given.
Yep.
But in general, the cast still works. Of course, including, of course, Lloyd and Lily Gunford.
Yeah.
And it took me a while to get a full understanding of the list. Sold they very, very well. But anyway, I seem to remember how they handled the point of view stuff with all the visual stuff and everything. And some of that edited wood, some of that edited is pretty effective.
Yeah. Who knows? We, we may end up coming back to Cyber Chase at some point in the future if I don't know, if the theme lines up or something. But yeah, it's a good show. I think they have it available on like PBS, the PBS Kids website or archive.org. You know, I'd say support the official release, but they only ever released like 5 DVDs. So internet.
I can't remember exactly if they ever reached a conclusion at some point. I can't remember exactly if they ever reached a conclusion at some point, but on that note, but if I find myself at some point might end up trying to pick up where I left off. Try to go past some of the stuff I probably could have taken at a younger point, and yeah, possibly finish this here at some point. But yeah, like I said, in this case, it was more referential, but again, a lot of mystery stories can take quite a bit from the classic detective.
Oh, the bonus topic for this week. Where's my script?
Like I said, certain people are not quite done yet with their content digging.
Yeah. You just never know when you'll just suddenly have new pony content out of nowhere. Considering the last time that happened was, okay, scrolling up. Okay, that was back in October. If I check the podcast chat section correctly. Yeah, it's been a while. Oh, yeah. Just playing a nice game of hide and seek, which of course is seeking. Everyone else is hiding. Okay, mostly everyone else is hiding. Sparky didn't quite get the memo. That's fine. Points for effort. So yeah, he goes around locating the others, and everything's good. What's that over there? Oh yeah, that's the hole. Yeah. Also, notice that. Not notice that. So basically, this was a script reading video. It was a script release, and the person doing the voicing the script actually did a pretty decent job. I admit, the last time we had a script reading, the voice is like a little grating, but to each their own. This one is like a lot more neutral, but so I kind of like his accent. But yeah, there's just this hole, and everyone's in darkness, and they're talking about like, oh yeah, these different, I guess Hitch is afraid of the darkness and stuff, and everyone's like, oh yeah, there's this one point that I was afraid, but you know, I worked through it, and it was all good. And it's like, yeah, we can get through this. And like, they all work together. Something. I know without a doubt, Kingdom Hearts is light, and it was all good. Yeah, my mind may have went down a few internal tangents during the script reading. To be fair, without visuals, my mind kind of had to fill in a few mental gaps here and there. Like when I got to the bit with the hole, my mind went to that one skit video. I think it was like a Tom Scott skit video, where it's like, oh yeah, sending one to work. Oh, in the hole. Ooh. And I think there's even a monster, which is the thing they really should have been worried about, not so much the hole. But yeah, they work together, help Hitch through his fears of the darkness, and turns out apparently Sunny and Misty were working on this whole illusion spell thing for a while. Misty's still working out the control issues, but you know, hey, whatever works. That's one of those cases where it's like the episode starts off in one place and then suddenly swerves. It's like, okay, this kind of came out of nowhere. But at the end, it's like, oh yeah, okay, so it was intentional. It was all set up ahead of time to help him with this fear of darkness that apparently only really came up when he was in the darkness. And like, okay, admittedly, if it was like a longer form episode, it's probably something that could have been like set up earlier in the episode. But we only have like 5 minutes of runtime to work with. Um, shortcuts have to be taken. You know what? At this point, that's fine. I've actually learned to temper my expectations for the short form pony content.
On the internet, I expect, kind of hope that when the next generation gets started, they'll go back to traditional half-hour formats.
I hope so. Then again, honestly, to get any new proper pony content, we probably need a new CEO of Hasbro. Because, yeah, the current is just not cutting it. Admittedly, I think with the whole Hasbro and Wizards of the Coast thing, like, Magic, I, didn't Hasbro buy out Wizards of the Coast? And what I've heard, like, Magic the Gathering is pretty much the one thing holding the company up, from what I've read. And even then, there's legal kerfuffles. Yeah, for those not in the know, Pony was good up to a point when the old CEO died, and then the new guy took over, and then yeah, Pony just kind of dropped. It seems like it's like after that, the company just kind of like half-assed everything. Then again, it always comes back to the case of like, oh yeah, when a new guy takes over, or he pretty much wants to trash whatever the old guy was in charge of, because like, oh yeah, if the old guy's stuff does bad, when my stuff does good, that'll make me look like an even better employee, or whatever. LDR, corporate politics is absolute BS. If I recall correctly, a similar thing happened Cartoon Cartoon Network after the whole Aqua Teen Hunger for or LED light fiasco. Like I forget, after that point, I'm pretty sure a new guy got put in charge, and then they started trying the whole CN Real thing. So, and like they canceled a bunch of shows that people liked. Yeah, basically, if there's a station that has a show you really like, pray for pray that whoever's in charge of the network does not get replaced. Okay, I kind of went on a bit of a side tangent there, but it was vaguely related to Pony. But yeah, decent episode, or decent script. I'm sure at some point some fan will animate it. Maybe. Admittedly, Gen 5 doesn't quite get the same kind of following as Gen 4 did, so it's one of those cases where we'll just have to wait and see.
Strange things to come out of it. Exploration of Cruise Fears and Flaws. I'm just gonna glad there's a script for me, because otherwise I probably wouldn't have initially gotten that Tolkien reference.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, it's like the video it mentioned at the beginning that like, okay, they slightly edited the script a bit. Like, I think that I add notes and stuff. Like, oh yeah, and then one of them said this line. It's actually referring to like the first line of The Hobbit by J.R.R. Tolkien. It's like, oh, okay, nice little bonus attention to detail thing there. Like, I like things like that, where it's like just nice little notes for cultural references and stuff. Honestly, part of the reason why I thought like fans up sometimes, because like they go through that extra effort, like, oh yeah, oh yeah, this thing, that's actually a reference to this thing, which has a strong cultural impact on such and such, and
One thing led to another, and the evolution eventually culminated in Pony's the Anthology.
exactly. All according to Keikaku. Consider note, Keikaku means plan. References that only long-time anime fans would get. But yeah,
I myself am only slowly getting a few of these. Anti-NSFW, Konnichiwa is a greeting, that kind of stuff.
yeah. Finding out not all fans are 100% perfect. Sometimes they leave a few things like untranslated just because it sounds cooler in Japanese. Which, to be fair, is true sometimes, but you know, it's one of those things where it's like, eh, take it or leave it. You know, go either way with it sometimes.
And who could forget Notice Me, Senpai?
Yes. Oh. Yeah, nice to see some pointed content again after such a long time. And given the track record, we'll probably be back with more in about 3 to 4 months. Maybe. We'll see.
Seems it's a bit sort of word. According to what I'm seeing, they're trying their best to reverse some stuff after some things like happened, but yeah, we'll see what the diggers eventually deliver. Because according to some of the visual stuff, they previously put out, and also if you look at the series wiki, there's definitely a lot that's gonna eventually come to the light. Show the relevant visual points. So some of the special bits. Tease at the end of sorts.
Yeah. But yeah, whenever whenever a new pony contract appears, we will be there.
Chris Web's Taylor works for those bits. We'll look into it.
Yeah.
Hope the good impression is if this disc gets fan rated. Next one they mentioned the person would have been workable if you're someone who's used to the singular person starting with it, which was prevalent in a lot of audiobooks in various forms, from the old audio cassette tapes to CDs, and I'm quite sure exactly if that's. I'm not sure exactly if it's digital bios at this point, but I think you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was nice to see more character installation. So it's just interesting. A fun thing happens where descriptively Zip went to the clock and she ended up transforming into the hands.
Yeah. Yeah, that was certainly a thing that happened. It's like, hey, yeah, magic shenanigans at this point, and it's pretty standard for Gen 5. Like, need a quirky gimmick thing to happen? Magic.
Like I said, it's going to be less for words, but based on what I've read, it's going to get interesting.
I can look into this. Okay, not quite funny, but still talking animal related stuff. I was actually doing some researching on the side, like, it did actually make a complete season 2 set for Mystery Incorporated. But it must have been like so short printed because the DVD is actually going for almost $500. They had like a season 2 part 1 and season 2 part 2, which each have like 13 episodes. It's like, okay, admittedly with these things that I'm used to like the, the individual season 1 part whatever having like a smaller amount of episodes. It's like only part 1 and part 2. It's like, but I want the complete season. It's like, oh, that is the complete season. So to be fair, 3 DVD sets with complete season 1, seasons 2 part 1 and 2, that's not bad. I'm actually gonna put those on my wish list because I have been wanting to check out Mystery Incorporated.
I'm trying to think of other instances for something like this happens, and yeah, surprisingly remembered that at one point a Seinfeld DVD release volumes 1 and 2 were the first 3 seasons.
Yeah. Well, on the plus side, this means I don't have to make my own DVDs. I mean, I would have if I had to, but, since they do actually exist, and are actually pretty affordable, like, at most, like, $12 per set. Anyway.
And now I cannot be reminded of how our family sometimes get into this habit, especially with quote-unquote official content, or content that Hyros would also have their own more professionally made discs.
Yeah. Also, one thing noticed that I am a long-time anime fan, so I'm used to the time where our DVD releases would have like 2, maybe 3 episodes per disc, or per disc release. I remember the time where like you barely got anything per physical individual purchase.
I think it obviously depends on the caterer. 5 or 6, I think, was certain theme discs when it was Generation 4 Ponies. I think there's a few episodes in other Shout Factory releases. I think at least 2 episodes back when it was VHS for certain shows, or sometimes 3, depending upon, what they were conceptualizing.
Yeah, I think things have gotten much better since those times, for the most part. Screw you, Aniplex. Freaking highway robbery from those guys. That's why I buy those shows from overseas. But yeah.
Yeah.
Also, yeah.
Caterer purchase varies.
It also helps that since then we've gotten larger DVDs. Like, we now have, like, the dual layer DVDs that can hold, like, 8 gigs of data. So you're able to fit a lot more episodes per disc. And that's even gone forward for Blu-rays. Like, yeah, you have your base Blu-ray with 25 gigs of storage, then your dual layer Blu-ray with 50 gigs, and then quad layer with 100 gigs of storage. Honestly, if you compress things right, you could probably fit like a whole season of Pony onto one Blu-ray disc. I probably wouldn't go that far, as tempting as that might sound. It's like, there's just the appeal of having multiple discs in a season set, you know? It just feels right that way.
And then, of course, those large boxes with the complete series. I kind of wish my sister had gone to hers for the Batman animated series.
Yeah. I actually have the four season box. I think it's like 4 season box sets for Batman the Animated Series. Although I am tempted by the Blu-ray release, just because it's more compact packaging.
And getting back to our episode edits, an interesting note I just remembered. In the Joker's Wild episode, there was a different reading on the one of the signs that was being held up, whereas on the Blu-ray that was corrected to something a bit more legible.
Yeah, and sometimes it's stuff like that where it's like, okay, they actually did touch up the details, and you just get like a better result. And also it saves me time for having to actually upscale my DVD rips. There's that too. I like anyways, we're kind of going off on a side tangent, but it's like sometimes that's nice. But yeah, and then you get like the different types of physical releases. Like, yeah, you got the original 6 DVD set, each with the standard sized DVD case and like the box that they all slide into, and then you get like the thin pack releases, which is like they're okay too, but sometimes they lack the detail of like the full big release. But like again, you're still saving on space. Like what's on my shows? It's like I have like the smaller case size for Sakura Wars with the Blu-rays. Okay, it's SD on Blu-ray, but you know whatever. The DVD box is so pretty. You look into that. Wouldn't be able to do like the holographic bits, but it's like I could possibly duplicate the design for like the DVD slipcover, the slipcover insert thing for the actual. Maybe that you slip into the case that tells you what DVD it is. I read it that way.
I know the good thing.
Maybe use holographic paper.
I know the good thing with more professional caterers. Sometimes they'll have better. They'll add a lot of extras to it. I can definitely remember a lot of cases of us looking to behind the scenes material, some DVD games, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Those were the days.
Yeah, like you get so many bonus features on DVDs, and now it's like you're lucky if you get alternate audio options. It's like, come on, bring back the blooper reels. Those were funny. Video commentary tracks. No, that costs money, and we can't spend more money. That'll cut into the shareholders' profit margin. The shareholders.
We got this right. I think some of those features will occasionally make their comebacks.
Yeah. It's just not as often as they used to be.
I can't remember the case for the Home Alone discs, but couldn't help but think of that when I was trying to think of something behind the scenes.
Yeah. Yeah. Should probably get to the news before we get into like an hour's long tangent on the benefits of various DVD and Blu-ray releases versus others, and because we could probably talk about that for hours.
Well, I know a good way to transition. In the latest issue of Repeat of History of Sorts, Seahawks Super Bowl to face the Patriots after holding off rival Los Angeles Rams in the NFC Championship.
Ooh, go Hawks! The one thing it'll actually maybe make me pay a slight more bit of attention to the Super Bowl. Which, I mean, isn't that much attention, but like, I mean, I may occasionally poke into like a main thread for the topic on one of my message boards occasionally during the game. I'm really not that much into sports as I used to be.
I'm just personally hoping it's different this time as opposed to the last time those two met at a big event.
Yeah. Like, yeah, I hope the Patriots get whooped. I mean, okay, I don't really care one way or the other or towards the actual team of the Patriots, but just like with how things have been going in this country, I'm gonna stop myself there. I caught myself. Right. And besides, I'm much more of a Seahawks fan anyway. Like, I mean, I live in Washington, so
I think what's basically going down is Washington State could use a bit of a morale boost.
yeah. Yeah, sorry about that almost tangent there. Like, news has been frustrating. But in some hopefully happier news.
Well, specifically categories that we don't usually focus on.
Yeah. Oh, that's not good news. That's good news. That's not good news either. That's even worse news. Oh, I shouldn't have said anything. Ooh. Oh boy. Apex Legends is ending support for original Nintendo Switch in August. Ouch. Although on the plus, okay, not maybe plus side, like because of Apex Legends, like not actually related to Nintendo, but Nintendo reveals Tomodachi Life Living the Dream release date. Ooh, and what date might that be? Let me pull up the link. Now after I pull up the link, let me click the link in the link. Release date. The game will be releasing on April 16th. The entire Nintendo Switch family of consoles. So Switch 1 or Switch 2, you can play it. News: NetEase holds layoffs at Montreal studios with more possible. And here's Ubisoft again, trying desperately to win Worst Company of the Year again. Ubisoft employee claims he's placed on unpaid suspension for criticizing return to office policy.
And yet,
Ubisoft.
And yet, last year, according to a certain ex-Marine Corps band member, Roblox finally got the biggest trash barrel.
Yeah. Yeah, down at Ubisoft, you're trying to avoid that prize. Oh, you're supposed to try to avoid that prize. Ooh. Okay, Dynasty Warriors 3 Complete Edition Remastered delayed indefinitely.
Or at least you're trying to stay off the podium.
Yeah. at least try to aim for, like, I don't know, maybe 5th place. Not quite off the radar, but not as bad as usual. Yeah, Dynasty Warriors 3 Complete Edition Remastered. Wow, ain't that a mouthful. Okay, delayed indefinitely with no new release date announced. Yeah, apparently the developers need more time to bring it to the level the fans deserve. Okay, yeah, that's fair. It's like, if the developers feel it needs more polish, then good on them for holding it off for a bit. Ooh, okay, this is interesting. The head of Sonic Team has commented on potentially adding deep-cut Sonic characters to the game's roster in future Sonic Racing Crossworlds DLC. Hey, that could be interesting. But what do they consider a deep cut? I wonder if they go into detail on that in the actual article. Crossworlds should represent all eras of Sonic. Oh, okay, they do briefly mention Sally Acorn. That would be cool. Who knows what the whole legal thing with that era of Sonic is like? Because like, there's the whole Ken Penders fiasco, and I think part of that something eventually got bought out by IDW or whatever, or like got switched over to IDW from Archie after like who knows how long.
Yeah, someone who's familiar with that particular universe, someone who is at most familiar with that particular universe. I do hope that thing managed to get cleared out at some point, given the possibilities they're looking at.
Yeah. And then they reveal a new character, and it turns out it's the Tails doll. How was that for a deep cut? Anyway, Raiders Headwinds season launched. Okay, that's cool. Week in anime news. Dear Eternity Season 3 anime reveals new promo video visual to preview final stage of This World arc. Got the debut of Frey Run Beyond Journey's End second season anime's English dub. Neolistin, the Merciless Maiden novels get TV anime in October. The Most Heretical Last Boss Queen Season 2 anime reveals first promo video and two new cast members. Elzai-san, Japan's most watched and longest TV anime, gets its first overseas TV launch. The Adore short anime unveils 3 more cast members. Dragon Ball Super Viewers TV anime announced for this fall. Oh, I guess it's going to be like the Dragon Ball Super adaptation of the Battle of Gods movie, except this time they won't rush the animation team. Oh, that gave them a slightly higher budget. And yeah, if you were keeping track of anime news back when I was first releasing like Oh dear, the animation errors. The criticisms were relentless.
Even so, good to see us for revenue for that franchise picking up again.
Yeah. Farming Life in Another World Season 2's first video unveils more cast, updated staff, theme song, and April debut. Yeah, sometimes you want a nice power scaling isekai, and sometimes you just want a nice slice of life farming show. Anime, there's something for everyone. The original Final Fantasy VII game gets re-released on PC via Steam. So it's probably going to be like the more recent console releases of the port, where it's like, oh, you get like the bonus options like maximum experience or turn off encounters and stuff like that. I mean, like, it's okay for like newer players, but honestly, if you already have the game and are familiar with the franchise, it's not really not bringing that much new to the table. And if you already have the game before it's delisted, you're just fine with what you have right now. Although if they touch up the script, although there's probably mods for that too, so eh. Here, did that one. Now the Secret Sweet TV anime delayed from April to October. In quote, in order to aim to provide a more enjoyable work for everyone. That's fair. Ooh. Fate Grand Order arcade game ends operation in March. This after the fiasco of the final story arc in the what do you call it, phone app version. And there was this whole thing where it's like, okay, to save humanity, we basically had to make it so all of the stuff we did never actually happened. And like only this one particular character will actually remember any of this. It's like, no, screw you. That's not how we do things here. Gotta hate those kind of endings. Second Gundam Hathaway film's ending song is Guns N' Roses' Sweet Shadow Mine.
Oh gosh, it sounded like one where they actually did make it into a adaptation of sorts.
Oh, don't remind me. This might be more of a Sonic 06 situation. It's like they prevent the thing that caused the calamity, but in doing so, the events that they went through never actually happened. Sort of. I don't know. Apparently, there's like some story arcs gonna be happening afterwards, but for all we know, that ends up happening before the finale arc. So I don't know.
Still, I couldn't help but be reminded of how MJ at this point is the only one that remembers the whole fiasco.
she still remember after all this time? Because honestly, I think with how Marvel Comics is, that they would have dropped that whole subplot. Anyway, live action Second Latter Days films new video unveils the Order Assassins cast. Ooh, okay. Konami adds Blue Lock and Tokyo Revenge, Tokyo Revengers anime in February. So, starting February 7th, the schedule starting from 12 a.m. Primal Season 3, followed by Dozen Year Blood War Part 3, then Blue Lock, then Tokyo Revengers, One Piece, Dragon Ball Daima, Psalm 100, Bucket List of the Dead, and Rick and Morty the anime.
One of the titles I can tell is a definite play on a certain superhero team, which company we just got off talking about.
Keiji Inafune's concept game company announces dissolution, making the former employees cry like an anime fan on prom night. And so, no, serious talk here. That really sucks for the employees. Like, they don't deserve that. And besides, apparently, Inafune left in like the middle of 2024, so he's not even part of the company anymore. So, I mean, this is the company that did my number 9. So, I mean, I kind of had to make a reference there.
Oh.
Yeah. Seriously, who thought that line was a good idea? It's like, you're making a video game. It's a spiritual successor to one of the biggest platformer shooters of all time, and you're insulting anime fans. What the hell?
I believe the classic term would have been doomed from the start.
And now I'm remembering the advertisements for Daikatana. If you know, you know. Kenichi the Mighty's Disciple gets a new sequel manga in March, titled Kenichi the Mighty's Disciple 2. Kenichi the Mighty's Disciple 2 Masters Arc. This. Maybe it's new merchandise. Yeah, Pokemon teams with Hatsune Miku for merchandise. They have lanyards, hoodies, blankets, clear files, tote bags, acrylic stands, all scarf. There's also going to be a Hatsune Miku and Meloetta figure on the Pokemon Center online store. Oh, pre-orders begin January 29th. Okay. Japan only. Yeah, that's a cute figure. Images. Go to Google. Like, You want to learn more about these. Center official site, please be global distribution for these things. Okay, enable that. Embroidered jacket. Yeah, those look cool. Miku News. And again, it might be Pokemon Center Japan. Which it probably is, because, like, I mean, Hatsune Miku, like, what are the odds that we would get a collab in America? Center. Accidentally hit the Alt. Yeah. Accidentally hit the Alt key. Wait. Did. Yeah. Yeah, this has been restricted. Okay. I shall not learn more about this. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, back to the news. A new Kamen Rider Agito film is opening on April 29th, titled Agito Superpowered War. Yeah, it's a project commemorating the franchise's 55th anniversary. Nintendo's Virtual Boy service on Switch and Switch 2 will be adding unreleased games, Zero Racers, and D-Hopper. That's actually surprising. We're actually getting formerly lost media for Virtual Boy. I'm pretty sure no one had that on their bingo list. Crunchyroll to stream Star Detective Precure anime. The, quote, final Utawaremono game to launch on May 28th. Like, they say final game, but never say it's the final game. But when you say, like, oh yeah, it's the final chapter, you're basically saying, like, oh yeah, there's gonna be more after this.
The same vein as Kingdom Hearts, if I get that correctly.
Yeah. This is convention news. Otakon bans sale of fan art in dealer's room. Apparently they can apply to the artist tally instead without penalty. Like, you mean you guys weren't having people sell fan art in the artist alley anyway? Like, I thought that's what all the conventions is. Like, oh, fan art, artist alley. Anyway. Ooh, okay. Nana Mizuki performs new Magical Girl lyrical Nanoha anime's opening song. Like usual. I think Nana Mizuki's basically done all of the opening songs for the series, or for the franchise. The anime will premiere in July. Huzzah! Looking forward to fan subs and maybe getting a release in 5 years, physical release in 5 years. Maybe if we're lucky. Depends on who picks up the distribution rights, because season one of the spin-off is still stuck in legal limbo, and yet somehow we got the sequel season to that. Like, how does that even work?
Sounds like a bit of a stretch, but sounds like something that could also work for fan remixes.
Yeah. Misanthrope teaches a class for demi-humans. Anime reveals English dubcast. And that's all the extra anime news stuff. Okay, back to the list. Okay, time for this week's AC Race Best update. He has now seen Zootopia 2 92 times. 8 more till triple digits. Apparently skips from regular show is or will be in Fortnite. The Incredibles has been added to the National Film Registry for its cultural or historical importance to be preserved for future generations. Yeah, because some bits of that movie are very realistic. Like, yeah, he's working for the insurance company, and it's like getting berated by his boss. Like, you're not supposed to actually help them. You're supposed to be making shareholders money. He then proceeds to punch his boss, which is the morally correct choice.
Especially when especially when that boss robs you of a secret super opportunity.
Yeah. Many people will make her debut at Disney Channel night at Disneyland. The event starts April 12th and will continue on the 14th and the 16th. But for those actually able to afford a ticket to Disneyland, has been hotel creator Vivian Madrano confirms the V focus for season 3 will be Valentino. The season will focus mainly on morning stars, but also Angel Dust's found an extended family with a bit of his history. Phineas and Ferb creator Dan Poppenmeyer and the voice of Dr. Heinz Doofenshmirtz made a cover of I Just Might by Bruno Mars. Nutrius has unveiled the new Glip, Pim, and Charlie from Smiling Friends collectibles. Ben 10 is coming to Fortnite possibly this summer. I just realized they have a potential marketing masterstroke for this one. Get the base Ben 10 model, and then have purchasable skins for each of the different aliens he's transformed into. You know, evil, right?
Possible new players in the future, nonetheless.
Yeah. Sam Raimi tells us how his directing style evolved over the years. Quote, my strength now is I'm more of an orchestrator, really telling different department heads what it is we're after. Explaining in great detail the story how I see it, so that everyone has the same so that everything has the same flavor. Yeah, that's fair. Benny Tartakovsky is reportedly developing an animated Game of Thrones project about the sea snake. Ooh, this is interesting. Alistair Duncan will return as Mimir in the live-action God of War series, coming soon to Prime Video. Oh yeah, wow! Like he really does look like the character. Cool. Like yeah, I was in the game and the show as the same character. The final Fast and Furious movie is titled Fast Forever, in theaters on March 17th, 2028. Our first clip from the Muppet Show revival, releasing February 4th on Disney Plus and ABC. Ahead of time, I apologize if I butcher this name. Moises Arias praises the set designers for how immersive and the practical sets were for Fallout Season 2. Quote, the day before shooting, it was this beautiful, pristine building, then coming in the next day, it just felt incredibly believable that it survived a nuclear explosion. Oh dear. The first look at the Lego buildable Winnie the Pooh for under $50. Alright. It was like, oh no. The head and the hands turn, the ears move, and the arms lift, but from some of the angles, it just looks off. But that's just me.
Somehow I can almost imagine them trying to market it in the same way the theme park models are usually built.
Yeah. I'm reminded of people criticizing in the Lego Pokemon releases, and how it's like, you know, for some of I forgot what the other Lego-ish brand is that does all the collaboration things and stuff, but like how how their version of it just looks slightly better for a fraction of the price. Anyway, the first official look at the Beatles biopics cast in HD. Paris Dickinson as John Lennon, Paul Mescal as Paul McCartney, Barry Cogan as Ringo Starr, and Joseph Quinn as George Harrison. All four films released in April 2028 in theaters. Hey, this is an interesting one. James Wan and Leigh Whannell admit they love homoerotic soft fanfiction during a Q&A at Sundance. Quote, we do love the fanfiction version. It's fantastic. I've been waiting 20 years for the fanfiction to come out of Saw that would be the next 20 Shades, or 50 Shades. Sure, I guess. Each their own, I suppose. Billy the Puppet makes an appearance at Sundance 2026 for the legacy screening of Saw. The Karate Kid has also been added to the National Film Registry. Abigail Breslin reflects on Little Miss Sunshine 20 years later. Quote, in some ways I wish I'd been older when I did it, so I could appreciate that experience more. But also I'm happy that I was at that age, because I felt like I would have been a little bit too jaded later on. Yeah, that's a fair stance to take. National Film Registry update, The Truman Show has also been added. Mandy Patinkin has been cast as Odin in the live-action God of War series. Image up. Oh, Google spreadsheet is disagreeing with me. Come on. Oh, okay, definitely going for the more older, worn-out Odin look with the bird. Admittedly, my first thought was that, looks kind of thin. But, it could work. Robert Dom Olafsson has been cast as Thor in the live-action God of War series. Okay, cool. Disney has released their Super Bowl ad that restarts the Soda Wars by stealing Coca-Cola's iconic polar bear mascot. More films for the National Film Registry, The Grand Budapest Hotel, and Inception. ASEAN says she will no longer star in Sean Durkin and A24's film adaptation of Deep Cuts over controversy regarding the character's Mexican heritage. Quote, I'm with all of you, and I am not doing this movie. And that's fair. It's like, yeah, the character's supposed to be Mexican heritage. Let someone who actually fits that role take the role. Well, Dunster has been cast as Eret in the live-action How to Train Your Dragon 2 in theaters June 11th, 2027. Let's look at Henry Cavill in the Highlander remake, directed by Chad Stahelski. That looks good. Has landed the rights to turn Mistborn into a film franchise and the Starlight Archive into a TV series. Brenton Sanderson will write, produce, and consult on all projects. Netflix has signed a deal to release the live-action Gundam movie starring Sydney Sweeney and Noah Centineo. Now I'm just waiting for this film to receive absolutely no updates for at least half a decade. Meanwhile, in potential money laundering news, a Japan animated movie is being considered for development. Seriously, media rights for Chia Pet. Like, does that not sound like a money laundering scheme?
Two things come to mind, though. It's like it would have been a biopic, but when I first looked at this, I was like, huh. Animated creatures that need a special condition in order to change their form, in a sense. That could be interesting.
Maybe it's turned out. Maybe the Chia Pets are being harvested for their seeds to be put for which to be put into oatmeal during breakfast. I don't know. Add a tablespoon of chia seeds to my oatmeal. This trailer for a new live-action Lord of the Flies series, written by Adolescence co-creator Jack Thorne. Amazon is laying off around 16,000 workers, or 16,000 people from its workforce. Pixar's next film, Hoppers. The film follows a girl who transfers her mind into a robotic paper to help the animals fight the local mayor's construction plans. In the climax of the film, she stalls for time while the others summon Captain Planet. Coronation Street is now canon to the MCU. It's referenced in Marvel's latest TV series, Wonder Man. Halle Berry will play the President of the United States in the film adaptation of The President is Missing. The film follows the president as she escapes her Secret Service to save the U.S. from terrorists who threaten an attack that may send everyone to the Dark Ages. We already heard the criticisms from morons. Yeah. You're insulted by what I just said? Fight me. Hey. Ooh. Lisa Manoa says Lobo's future hasn't been decided yet. Well, I only know Lobo's in this one, so we'll see what the future of all that holds. I would love for his own thing to be coming out. Maybe. Would work. Like an R-rated, raunchy space adventure. With a lot of bar brawls. Yeah, that sounds about right. Toy Story 5 director Andrew Stanton tells us how doing more Toy Story sequels is similar to the world of Game of Thrones. Quote, It's always been a series where the world keeps on going. You let time happen. The kids grow up. The writers half-assed it during the final season. Let's hope that's not. Let's hope that's not the case here. But yeah, comparing yourself to Game of Thrones. Ooh.
Even
This was interesting.
even so, they're
Go ahead.
even so they are keeping to what the first three movies did. It does feel like time passed, not just in the reality, but also with the franchise per se.
You do definitely get the sense that, like, okay, a decent amount of time has passed in this franchise after each movie. So there is that. It was interesting. James Wan says they plan to take the Saw franchise back to Jigsaw's real philosophy. Quote, he goes after people who don't appreciate their lives. If you're a scumbag but you appreciate your life, he doesn't see you as someone who's wasting your life. So I'm going to go back to what we touched on in the first movie with regard to that. Yeah, that's interesting. Like that was like his thing. It's like people who don't appreciate what they have, don't appreciate their lives, and forcing them to either change how they see things or make changes to themselves in order to survive, and maybe afterwards appreciate what they have more. Yeah, like that was always an interesting thing with the Saw movies. You know, until it turned into the Jigsaw's Apprentice #5 movie. Seriously, how many secret apprentices did that guy have? At first, look at Will Poulter and Don Cheadle in Boots Riley's new film, I Love Boosters. The film follows a ring of shoplifters who take aim at a cutthroat fashion maven by stealing her clothes and selling them at a discounted price. Regina Hall will star alongside Adam Driver in the hostage thriller series Rabbit Rabbit. Written by Peter Craig and directed by Philip Barantini, it follows an escaped convict who takes hostages to bargain for his freedom, but the situation turns into a social experiment by a crisis negotiator trained in tactical empathy. Meanwhile, in Minecraft news, more baby animals! Baby turtles, squids, and dolphins have been revealed. Yay. And speaking of block games, the Terraria 1.4.5 update is finally released, finally completing the Terraria and Palworld collaboration. Beauty Dancing 2 is moving forward with Jennifer Grey reprising her role. Filming is eyeing to begin later this year. They're making a Dirty Dancing 2? Why? Yeah, at this point, you may as well just do a remake. Reynolds is reportedly focused on developing a new Deadpool movie currently. Good for him. Okay, more Fortnite stuff. Got a first look at Mordecai and Rigby from Regular Show. Its sequel series, The Testament, starring Chase Infinity, will release April 8th on Hulu. The series follows the young women in Glee grappling with the bleak future that awaits them. Ooh. New Darkman movies in the works with Brian Netto and Adam Schindler set to direct. However, Sam Raimi says they're having some difficulties with the financing for the film. The real question is, can we get Liam Neeson to return in some form? Doesn't have to be the starring role, but at the very least a cameo would be nice. The new trailer for the Super Mario Galaxy movie has been released, featuring Yoshi, in theaters April 1st. Oh, also featuring Baby Mario and Baby Luigi, Mouser, Birdo. Okay, so we're mixing it. We're mixing a bit of Mario Brothers 2 slash Doki Doki Panic into the Mario Galaxy movie. Sure, why not? It's kind of funny how it's like, yeah, Mario 2, just palette swap of this completely unrelated game, and then eventually it just like all those characters just become canon to the Mario universe. Like, sure, why not? Yeah, Dragon Ball. Oh, go ahead.
In that sense, you better make it the ending of Galaxy and not the complete movie dream sequence thing that the second game obviously did.
Okay, I was about to say, like, this movie better not end with it being all a dream.
That's what I was kind of getting at.
Yeah. Dragon Ball Super: The Galactic Patrol has been announced. We're in the Moro arc of the Dragon Ball Super manga. Mind you, there are various differences between the manga and the anime. Since, you know, different writers and all that. This would be like the first time that it'll be adapted from a non-Toriyama manga. This one. Now for some what is this even news? Robert Pattinson says, quote, I 100% used to smell exactly like a crayon, but my body chemistry has changed. Like, how do you even respond to that? And that's just, well, like, how long do you choose, a good sir? there, there is no good way to respond to a line like that. I just had a funny thought. Now read, mentally read that line in the voice of Ralph Wiggum. My other website, not sure how much stuff I'll actually find here. Hey, pretty pleased. I Don't Want to Be a Magical Girl is getting its first episode fully animated. The Hands of Fate is receiving a new 4K restoration from a newly discovered film print. It's 2026 and we're getting Manos the Hands of Fate in 4K. Like, when is this? The Shell anime series from Science Tower premieres July 2026, and there's a new trailer as well.
On the awards for this week, One Battle After Another had the most BAFTA nominations this year. Wicked for Good was 2 this year. F1 is 3. Frankenstein 8. Sinners in second place with 13. Both Sinners and Hamlet have most nominations for female and black directors, respectively. Leonardo DiCaprio for those One Battle After Another nominations. got 2 for Best Supporting Actor. Sean Penn and Benicio del Toro.
Ooh. The Multiplayer's Iron Lung movie is looking to have a $80 million opening weekend with a $3 million budget. Good for him.
Well, after resolution of film and TV news, they were Critics Awards highlights were after winning Best Picture with runners-up Sinners No Other Choice. Keep Out Doing Hunters winning Best Animated. Best Indie If I Like I Could Kick You. Best Original Screenplay Sinners. Also for Best Horror Film. Ferguson got Best Production Design. Golden for Keep Out Doing Hunters Best Original Song. Costume design was also good on Zoe Frankenstein. Best Makeup Hair also go to Frankenstein. Stairs also got Best Casting and Best Original Score. Not sure whether the category is a Blind Back Return or a new form of mystery box, but Skull Panda unveiled some new blind box pony toys.
In was being sued by shareholders for selling too many magic cards. No, in this case, it's more that they're releasing too many sets per year. It used to be they would have like 3 to 4 sets per year. That way, each set would have its time to shine before rolling out new product. Now it's like you can't even get through the previews of that, previews for the next and after that just start coming out. Plus you get the criticisms for all the Universes Beyond stuff, and yeah. Although to be fair to them, the Final Fantasy and Avatar sets did sell very well. Mind you, the Spider-Man set was an absolute dumpster fire, and we'll see how well the Turtle set does, but yeah. Although, Turtles also fails, and if the Marvel superhero set fails, then maybe the thing they need to learn from this is to avoid any set that takes place in New York. Yeah, apparently K-pop Demon Hunters was the most streamed movie of 2025 with 20.5 billion minutes watched. Film. Seems to be fairly light on Amy news for this week. There's a Okami 20th anniversary website. So, yeah, might be getting something with Okami in the future. That could be cool. We'll be rolling out various commemorative projects, including 20th anniversary goods and events. Ooh, they announced the concert. That's cool. Epic Games teases Honkai Star Rail collab for Fortnite.
Valley Clay Rails Press Lake Connection to open March 28th. F99 PH. I now in Breath of Fulton Rail Museum. Comeback Fucker announcing Tour of the Southwest as well as Tour of Colorado.
The Disney Afternoon Collection has been announced for Switch 1 and 2, releasing February 26th. And it actually adds Bonker and Goof Troop to the previous lineup. I wonder if this will be released as like a DLC for like previous versions that have already been released. Oof. It was a study revealed that 1/3 of US video game industry workers were laid off in the last 2 years. Yeah. Apparently, 82% of them support unionization. So good on them. They possibly be why they were laid off.
Okay, equipment and the other ships represented in what was previously mentioned. 2 DuckTales games, 2 Chip and Dale Rescue Ranger games, a Darkwing Duck game, and Tailspin game. I'm honestly surprised given the popularity of Gargoyles that I never got a game.
Yeah. More Final Fantasy games are now available on GOG, those being Final Fantasy III 3D, Final Fantasy IV 3D, Final Fantasy VIII Remastered, and Final Fantasy IX.
Raiding Northern constructing a new 200-foot lumber shed in the heart of the West Cressonia Yard. MBTA's news Harris unit is a New Haven painted at 40. New builds team moved to Peachy Ricci. Pico has a Valentine themed express. CPC President is one of Alberta's top employers. 2026, 7th consecutive year. During Storm Terminal reports and repair at the Yoda Soda Creations Society. Predators for Cubico, separate unit fits, one quarter. Ferry for the ballasting of stored sightings. Working completed of C Incorporated. Loco DC for 375. Vulcan RM 56. Annual inspection brake test. Bridge on the way to mainline turnout. Headed to Peter rails fitted.
New game, Scott Pilgrim EX launches March 3rd on PS5, Xbox Series, PS4, Switch, PC via Steam. So yeah, new Scott Pilgrim game. And apparently they're using the Netflix anime as the basis. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
tutorials for this week, which is the friends and family of Kozoshi, Dragon Ball Smash in Boo, amongst others. Silva Sima, Hulk, Spider-Man, Rock Space Saint, David Andrews, Hollyoaks, K-pop D, Japan of Fame, Card Game Player, Magic Gathering, Ewan Wilson, Sanford Sun, Ewan Couple. I think we'll look at this one at one point. Catherine O'Hara, Home Alone, Beetlejuice, amongst others. And a bit of a stretch, but a significant run across the internet culture. R.H. Jr., writer, cartoonist, just a lot of fanfiction writing, together, drawn some stuff.
Okay. Looks good. And I'll be sure to get that all prepped.
And again, I'm gonna do some things to prepare for. Do some other things to prepare for. Couple events coming in the next few months. Hopefully, folks will have which to look at this back costume with, and hopefully find some more opportunities to showcase my little project sorts I'm working on.
Yep.
And so we can return to a position here. We've been covering for quite a bit now. Coming close to a year, actually. Stay safe, stay well, get next, get this, pray. Hopefully we'll see you